Good evening and welcome. So, it's Sunday, and the whole planning for next week is completely messed up in all regards. So I need to figure out. Maybe you can help me with some of it. I just updated the schedule, but it's kind of just a copy paste of last week, and I kind of want to play something else than Factorio for two reasons. We've done it enough. It was supposed to be a summer thing, and there's also the part that the mega base thing is almost at an end. So it can probably sort of carry next week as well, but then no more than that, which I think is okay. But then I'm looking at other games, and hey, you guys are welcome to look with me. So I think that there are two games that I've been wanting to play, but I've not gotten around to it, and I think that that's a sign as well. If I really wanted to, some old Souls game. No, I'm not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. I can't do that at this point. It doesn't make any sense to replay an old Souls game. Yeah. So I've been wanting to try out Against the Storm, but every time I load it up, I get a little bit stressed out. Because I'm like, oh, it's always so stressful. I think a really fun game, but it is it's my CPU is running at 100% capacity all the way through, which is a little bit too stressful for me for a game. I like a little bit more chill in my game than that. Then the other game is Cosmoteer. Cosmoteer has just come out with a new release or a new major update about heat sinks and stuff. And then I actually booted up just to try it myself. And then I was like, ooh, a career mode. Okay, start with a small ship. And I was like, oh, there's like hours of just roaming around, collecting asteroids and killing random things. And, and then the whole thing about like, okay, what are we going to do about like ships and... I love the idea of the game, and I think I'm definitely going to return to it. I just don't think it's right now. I think it needs a little bit more. I think that the work they're doing right now, or the developers doing right now, is working on the career mode. And I think the career mode, when that gets updated, it's going to be a lot more fun to retry the game. And I think that's going to be when I retry it. Then, of course, we have... Darkest Dungeon, which is coming on 28th of... which is sort of not next week, but next week again. So, actually, Monday and Wednesday that week will not even be part of it, because it'll be Thursday the 28th. So, it's not even the next week. It's not even the week after. Then I have, for myself, played Dawn of War, the definitive edition. It's fun. But it's also a little bit old school. It's funny how playing those games... I don't even know when Dawn of War first came out, but it's a really solid RTS game. It's really good. I also played a lot of Dawn of War, but it was just like Dawn of War Definitive Edition came out, and I was like, you know what? Whatever. I'll do that. Damn it. There goes my Friday. You think you're gonna play Silk Song once it comes out? I have never heard of Silk Song, so let me see what it is. Is it? Do you mean like Hollow Knight Silk Song? As in, I have never played Hollow Knight, so I should play the DLC? No, definitely not. Yeah, StarCraft for nostalgia. I can't play StarCraft because it crashes my PC. Or the game crashes when I play StarCraft 2, so it doesn't work for some reason. Oh, sorry. I have tried. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not... I don't know. I don't know what's out there right now. It's a sequel to Hollow Knight, yeah, but I haven't played Hollow Knight, so I'm probably not going to play the sequel to Hollow Knight either. Yeah, it didn't appeal to me at all. Did not like the aesthetic, and don't like that type of game. So You know, I'm not going to suggest any factory games. I know, but that's okay. There could also be other games, like for example, when people suggested Blueprints. What an amazing game that was. Um, so I really appreciate your games about your suggestions about new games and upcoming games, because that's how I find trawling through Steam is just way too much work. So getting some insight from you guys about what you, if you see a game and you think like, hey, that could be interesting, then by all means throw it at me. I think I'm also in a little bit of a ooh, but I just got a taste of Star Rupture. Now I want more of that. More Star Rupture. I want that. So, oh yeah, and the auction are not included. The away team, they haven't released anything, right? No, it's just to be announced. It's just like, so that's definitely not this year. Don't know how that's gonna pan out. Yeah. So that's why we are sort of continuing a little bit on Factorio, just letting it sort of run out, and then we'll dive into something else when that runs out. Because I do think with fewer stream nights a week, I can't really support having multiple games on sort of on a rotation. Then I really should be Sundays Factorio, and then the other days something else. But it should be something I start up and then run until it's done, and then yeah, something else, right? I think that works best. So that's the intention. I'd also like to have something that I can use for YouTube, but that's not always the case. For example, Darkest Dungeon wouldn't be something I could use for YouTube either, but not even Against the Storm or Cosmeteer or something. So I'd like to have some. So if there are also some games coming out, I would imagine that late August is probably where it's more likely to be games coming out as well, like starting to sort of end the vacation and releasing new stuff. I'm stressing out so much about my weekend plans. My week plans. Yeah. I'm double booked and no booked at some time, and it's annoying. It really stresses me out. It really bothers me. So, um, Total Warhammer 3. Total War Warhammer 3. No, I tried it, and the thing. Okay, so the thing is, it's such an amazing game. Like the whole Total War Warhammer fantasy. It's such a great game. But the problem is that what is great about it is sort of the lore and the sort of the look and feel and all that stuff. But when you then actually play the game, you can't see a damn thing, because it's like just a square of things that run in and then bash together with another, and explosions and stuff. But you don't get the sense. You have to sort of zoom in and go like, oh, look at the ogres, yeah. And I don't do that, and therefore after a while it just becomes super bland. I might as well play chess, because it's just like a unit. These are archers. These are melee. This is heavy cavalry, whatever. And that's such a shame, because yeah, you really have to play it in a cinematic way. This is why I love Total War as a sort of spectator, when you can see people play it and people who are good at sort of diving in and watching what's going on in combat. I like that. Chat moods leave you. Yeah. Only seen you play Factorio. What types of games do you like other than strategy games? I mean, I don't even like strategy games. Like, I don't play 4X games generally. I play factory games. That's my niche. Factory base building games. Those are my main niche. But also Souls games. Those are also some games that I really enjoy. But there aren't that many of them. Ooh, by the way, Mortal Shell. I mean, it's not exactly like it's coming out, but do they have a date for it now? Mortal Shell 2? Nope. 2026. Yeah, okay. Well, it's not really helping us. That I'm really looking for. It looks so good. So weird. That's the only non-FromSoft Souls-like that I've been looking at interesting. Have you played Elden Ring? 512 hours. Yes, I have. Even made guides for it that have gotten hundreds of thousands of views. That's pretty crazy. So, But have you tried Mode Mancer? No, I have not tried Mode Mancer. I looked at it a little bit and was like, marginal. So, yeah. I think that what I didn't realize, I think, when Elden Ring came out, was that there was a little bit of a niche that I could fill, and that was sort of the complete running through a legacy dungeon completely, because that's something I really enjoy myself. And then once I've done it like 5 times, then I can do pretty good routing and explanations of, okay, and then we jump over here, and over behind this there's a little thing, and then you go over here, and then this is a secret door, and then if you go here you can open this door and you can come back to it later, and you know, all those things. I really enjoy those, making those kind of videos. And yeah, so that's something I would love to do for Elden Ring, but it's too late. I did it a little bit, and I should have done it sort of more consistently. I did not know that it would sort of be something that would just sort of continue to actually perform very well. So that was an interesting thing. It was something completely different. So, yeah. Actually, before we get started, I need to sort of get this out of my mind. Right into my girlfriend. There you go. Just trying that. Yeah, Baldur's Gate. No, I don't like it. I don't like that. I found it really annoying to play. I played it like an hour, and then I played it in an hour again when it first in the demo, and then when it came out again. And it was the same thing that happened. It was like, I got the sense that, oh, okay, I can't see what is interactable, but there's clearly something in this scene that you can click on to open a book or find something, which meant that the game became like drawing the mouse like, okay, next place. Oh, there's an interactable. Click. And I was like, that's no fucking way I'm going to play the game like this. No fucking way I'm going to play it. It was so frustrating that, like, okay, I'm looking at a lot of stuff here. There's definitely something that I should be clicking on, but I can't see what's interactable and what's not interactable. So I have to sort of hover the mouse until it changes over everything just to find that box of 3 gold, because it could be a quest item. And I just got so frustrated with that for Baldur's Gate. And I was like, nope, there's no way I'm going to play this game if it sort of wants me to play like this. And of course it doesn't want me to play like this, but I need to play like this, because otherwise you miss out half the extra stuff. Yeah. Hey, Benjaminson, thank you for the 10 months. 1 Metro Gear.
Welcome home.
I wonder if you would like Diablo games. I liked past tense Diablo games. I played a hell of a lot of Diablo games, but I'm not going to play games where that kind of click intensity, so no Path of Exile either. That's just too old, and not interested in ruining my wrist for a shitty game. So please don't suggest games that are more than a month old. There we go. It's the same thing all the time. And I know that you're for all the good intentions, but if it's a game that's been out for more than a month and I haven't played it, there's a reason why. I'm not going to come back and play Stellaris. It's just, these kind of sessions become exactly the same every time. No, not Terraria. No, not RimWorld. No, not, yes, I have played this. Oh, actually, yes, I know. I've done like a 2 Let's Plays of it. I know it's because it's different audience every time, but I'm just saying it. Don't suggest anything that isn't new or upcoming. I could have missed something that came out like a week or 2 ago. Definitely do that, or something that comes out next week or 2 weeks from now, which is even better. But if I haven't played Stellaris, then I'm not going to play it now, or Baldur's Gate for that matter. It just doesn't make sense. And also think of it from a content creator perspective. If I started to play some game that is already completely saturated, like, what am I offering to the scene? Like, then I come in as a beginner in a field where, if you're interested in the game, you have watched someone who's really good at it, you are yourself really good at it, so why would you want to watch me stumble through the game? Or if you're not interested, well, there's probably a reason why you're not interested in a game that's been out for 5 years. So why would you be interested in when I play it? This is kind of the same. Looking for more for content then. Yeah, of course. I'm a content creator. Of course I'm looking for content. Era 1. See, that's something new and I haven't heard of. Then just see what kind of game that is. 6th of August. Oh, right. I think I heard about this. This is a space game that combines elements of real-time strategy, base building, space survival, and tactical battles. I also played like this Battlefleet Gothic. That was a really good game. I really enjoyed that for the limited time that it was available. Lots of various types of structures and warships, manage fleets, and engage in tactical. I think this is a... It looks cool. Yeah. Civilization? I played Civilization, the first one. It's somewhat unknown. It's kind of cooking automation. Yeah, I have looked at it and it doesn't sound interesting to me. Anyway, that's not where we're going. We have a Factorio to keep us busy, then we have Darkest Dungeon, then we have something else, and then suddenly something else comes out. So this is just my call to action. If you see a new game that you think would be interesting for me to try out, then by all means, please share it, both here and in Discord. Welcome to tag me if there's something you think like this is a game that you're gonna like. So because that was just that was my call to action about it. So cool. Anyway, let's jump on into the game today. So this will not be the mega base. We'll do that tomorrow. So mega basing will be tomorrow, but today will be masterclass. Masterclass content. And the masterclass, we kind of got stuck. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Let's try this one. I've also spent a fair bit of time in on my mega base, and there are some interesting things we need to do. Glebalicious. All right, so we have Glebalicious here, and we have already designed something. So let's talk about what we have on Gleba. So basically, we land. We have these ones are not really like coming in immediately. But the first thing we want to do is we want to make a little power plant. So let's make a little power plant. Then we have to make sort of all the normal stuff. And then we also have to just get some seeds going. And that's kind of what this is. Yeah, this burned through all of our seeds. That's fine. And then I'm just kind of illustrating up here what things we want as well. Because at the beginning we just grab some stuff. And then we have to work our way to build these things. It's actually really complicated to get Gleba started because it's hard to get it started without these. So you kind of have to rush to get this one. And how do you rush that? You get some Yomako, you get some Jelly Nut, just mine one of each. Mine some Struntite, and then we build this one. And this is by crafting nutrients. There is another research there, that one. Heating tower. That's copper stromatoside. Yeah. But aside from it is the iron stromatoside there. Then we have to get to the biochamber, which we have gotten to now. And then it's about harvesting, which we set up. And then I think I will be using this one a little bit more, I don't know, not aggressively, but actively, I think. in moving forward, because these seeds are going to make a big difference. So out here, this is without any changes. No, it is. It is. This is actually. Yeah. No. No, it's not. Okay, there are some seeds here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this has been updated now with all of the soils. Somehow not really all of it. Like what's going on? Oh. Ah, yeah, okay. So I have stamped this one down everywhere. So now it is as much coverage as I can get in this area. Although this looks a little bit silly. Oh, this was just meticulously placed. Only sort of looking at which ones would actually be possible and then only setting those up that could be possible. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be fine. This will be a perfectly good way of setting it up. I will, however, need to sort of take these ones that don't matter, take those out so that they don't request. Oh, not you. But these three don't have any inside. This one doesn't have anything inside either. Oh, this one. And actually, that's completely silly to do that. Yeah. Never mind. And the same up here. We are also just seeing that we are kind of missing something. Wow. Beautiful. Oh, actually, we're not on this planet, are we? Hmm. There you go. Are you planning to do a pass on your early design towards you finish the basics? I have found some flaws in flow and optimization that could use some fixing. I will eventually make a full series where I use the blueprints, and as part of that, I'll probably, as you see yourself, find some issues with the flow and like, oh, but you're assuming this, but you don't actually have built it, so that kind of thing. So I would expect to find some of those. Right. I think what we need to do here is if we have these two, what kind of builds would we want? I think that we want to get to these two builds as fast as possible and then consolidate onto a belt and then use belts for the rest. So let's get this just to... What is this? I have no idea. Oh, that's the design for the science, which we both built and didn't build. I think we want to step a little bit back from this. Oh, that's not a lot of stone left here. Yeah. What the hell's wrong with this? Like, yeah, good. I'm keep being in map mode, even though I shouldn't be. So what is it we want? Let's see. We want some... Let's make it somewhat like this. Although that's too close. Yeah. Fulgora? That's the same. It's too close. It does. This closeness doesn't work. Okay. Again, out of map mode. Because I have to be able to do this if I want to. So, what is it we want? We're gonna get... But... then this one has to jump as well. That I don't like it. Either next to each other or a little bit more space. Yeah, okay. We'll do this. But how did you get molten iron on this planet? Like that? Iron ore plus calcite. Calcite just import. Okay, and then it's bioflux. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, one more thing. And that's the... There. I think these are the only things we want to carry on a bus. Right? No, not nutrients. Nutrients are bad. Nutrients spoil too fast, so we'll make it when we need them. Good. What's the hate with all those planets? There's greenery, nice landscapes, especially compared to volcanoes. I think the main part of it is that everything spoils on this planet, which means that when you build something, then if you don't extract it and get rid of it, it just turns to spoilage, and spoilage just jams all your machines. And from my perspective, to sort of put a little bit more into sort of more detail, is that the design on this planet, you can't really see it up front that it's gonna cause problems. So there are a million ways that things can sort of, oh, what if the inserter is grabbing an item and it is spoils midway? Then I was filtering it so that it would only take non-spoiled items, but maybe it's non-spoiled and then it spoils, and then I have to deal with it spoiled on the output as well. And if you don't handle all the edge cases of it, then suddenly you have spoiled it somewhere you shouldn't, and the whole thing jams. And then as it jams, everything else jams, and everything turns to spoils, and then you just have a dead base. While on Aquila, where things are frozen, you design it up front and you can see if it works before you start it. Here, it looks like it works, but then you forgot some kind of thing that could also spoil, and then it's gems. So it's a it's a frustrating design because you only get to see that there's a problem after you build it and after you sort of looked at it working, and then you leave, and then suddenly after 1 hour it blows up in your face, and you're like, why? And that's, for me at least, why I find this to be a really frustrating planet. There's a difficult dynamic, and difficult equal no fun for some people. No, Sujin, that's not it. It's not about difficulty is no fun. It's exactly as I described it. The fact that you don't get to see it in the design phase, you get to see it after it's implemented. And as everyone who builds any system anywhere, always, you'd really like to be able to test it and see that it works before putting it into production. But here you can only see it in production, and that's really frustrating because then you go away and then suddenly some insert or somewhere wasn't set up correctly, and then it just cascades. So, yeah. Exactly. Are you a Quillo or a Gleba? If you're a Gleba person, you like just throwing things together, and if it works, and it works, whatever. And if it doesn't work, then that's not your problem. You're a software developer. You're not supposed to be maintaining it. Fuck it, someone else's problem. Or if you are the Aquilo person, then you make sure that the things are structured and reasonable and functional and fun. So yeah. So, I think this is kind of how I want it. So what is it I want to... Well, luckily we have... this is on a test world, so we can just do this. So we don't have to actually build it. We can just simulate it. This one not, because I want this to be working. There you go. So now we have this accessible. Yay! So let's see. What is it we want to make? We want to make bioflux, and let's make some bioflux. Hype to incoming. That's so weird. Whatever. Thank you, Jaguar.
Welcome home.
Total reality, nothing is ever that fresh when it gets into production line, which is completely irrelevant because this is about design and not about is it this fresh.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
And Jaguar, thank you for the 44, and T-Waldo, thank you for the 19. So it's now 4.2, 4.2, that's good. And let's just try to... We don't know how much we need of bioflux, so we don't know what kind of build is reasonable to build here. Let's try to sort of gauge some... $7.7. This is a starter build, so I don't want to overdo it. There's also the option of, since this is twice as fast as that one, that we could maybe do... okay, let's ignore power poles for now. We're gonna see a lot of autosaves because I need autosaves for my other game where things are moving a lot slower. See, this has appealed to me. The only issue with this is that it's gonna be difficult to get nutrients in here, because I can't get nutrients into this one. Yeah, these designs are always going to be bad. They're always bad. This is the problem, right? It can't get nutrients and it can't get spoilage out. Like, obviously we can get like 1, 2, and then get it like this, but I don't like that. Because in this case, I really would like to have everything just insert directly, but it can't insert directly. It just doesn't work. Because how are you inserting diagonally across? That doesn't work. And then I keep doing this, and I know it's wrong. Is this an option? No? Still not. Because then I could do like in. So that's direct insertion. Next question is, how do I get stuff in and out of this one? Yes, yes, and yes. Outbounds. This is the nutrient belt, by the way. And then you have the slag out here. But you can then see the next problem is that this can't go out to the same side as this, which means like suddenly I have like multiple. Okay. The problem with this kind of design is that I design it from a building perspective. So I design the buildings really neatly wrapped up, and then I end up having double belts of everything around it. So there has to be like this back and forth between, am I designing for the belts to be simple, and then the machines have to be maybe more machines, more beacons, whatever, or am I deciding for the machines and then I'll just have more, and this is too much in the direction of focusing on the machines and not on the build, or yeah, machines and not on the belts. So this is not a thing. What if we just look at this part? Like, obviously this is overdone and this is pretty good. They do connect. Because I really like these to be direct. That makes it so much easier. And that means this could be... Which one's the input and which one's the output? I don't know. But that doesn't solve the output issue. That's the thing. So this is no good. Maybe this one could work. This is the nutrients. Do you need both beans to touch the jelly? No, I don't. But then if this one doesn't touch the jelly, then it doesn't really. If I do this, let's... But now it's not touching that one either. So then it becomes worse. Like, having this one here would just... Okay, this doesn't make any sense. Why is it still... Why is that still so good? This makes no sense. Oh, because it has one beacon. Okay, good, good, good. Head of masterclass and Gleba and spoiler went wrong. Yeah. Right, so what I'm thinking now is this will be nutrients coming in. So these ones, I'll flag them as nutrients, not because I have to, but because it's so much easier to see what's going on if we see what's going on. This one will then be a combined belt, and this one here will be slag or spoilage out. Right. But then I need some spoilage. I need something on this belt. The spoilage belt, that means I can do this one. I really don't get why I'm putting this one down here. Like, there's no reason to. Did I win anything by putting it down here? I guess I could do something like this. And that wouldn't solve anything either, so. No, we'll do this. Seeds. Oh, crap. That's true. Seeds. Seeds will go into... Just go into boxes here. Just get rid of them. Thank you. Yeah. This one can take 15 per minute, so that's really not working. This has to be like this. What if it spoils? Because it can. It can be spoiling. This is the thing, right? You think about like, oh no, look at that. It's missing now the beacon. We're trying to not have this build be bot heavy. Yes. I don't want it to have this bot being bot heavy. Ooh, this can only consume 6, so I really don't like this. Oh, that's no good. Try something like this. It's not going to be fast enough, but... Well, what's the point then? Come on. If I do this, then these are not fast. If I move it back, then they are not affected, and then... Yeah. Why no bioflux to nutrient? Well, that's also what I want, but this is free stuff by bioflux is using it. But then the bioflux has to flow here, and then I do it. But I also want to make the bioflux to nutrients. That's for sure. But it's a matter of where, how, which will obviously be like this. And then it also needs some. This is the problem. It needs some starter. We need to get it started somehow. That's the essence of this. Like, how do I get this one started? I can start it like this, but we also do need to have it like generally started from somewhere. But that should be like this, I suppose. Read content, including fuel. Read content, including fuel. No fuel, of course. I started manually. Yeah, it's not working. I found Gleba really annoying, and now it grew on me. Yeah, it does grow on you because it's all full of organic crap that grows everywhere. I could... This is actually not even the case. I could also just have this being the only way to request stuff inbound. This seems unreliable. Because it means that there must be something spoiling in order for this one to get started. Otherwise, I can't use the bioflux if I don't have anything that spoils. And that just doesn't seem right. This one should be feeding itself as well. Like that. This is not it. This is that one. Which also just creates at a ridiculous rate. Okay, so what is it we want to do? I want to get this one in. And then this belt can also run out. So this has to... this belt can also be full of junk. No, it can't, because it goes out here and it'll also always flowing. So... where are we? This can spoil, and this can spoil, and therefore they have to go out here. But I'm also feeling that this is a modular design that we will need. Ooh. Oh, okay, maybe that one actually can do like this. Oof. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think that's doable, right? Yeah. Not correct. Because this one is now inserting after that one, and it should be before. Oh, this is good. Because then it can always put in, because it puts in on this in a different side. Ah, and it actually looks nice because now it's back. Okay. I think I like this. This I wish wasn't gonna be like this, but I don't want to be putting too much. Okay, so what happens now is this one, if it drops less than 20, then it will start requesting from the network. Which I don't like. Why is it requesting from the network when... Like, I don't like that. So its own spoilers can't get into the chest. It doesn't need to. I'd rather have all the spoilers from down here, because that's more likely to happen, because this here is spoiling pretty fast. Also, these have to be spoiled first. Actually, everything has to be spoiled first, basically. No! Ah, it doesn't work when you pick it up from belts. It only works from picking up from boxes. Right, so... this thing here, I'd like this to not always work, and I don't know how to do this, because... Ideally, my priority should be the spoilers from here is first priority, because, hey, use spoilers for something useful. Awesome. Then the second priority is here, because it's super efficient. And then the third priority is requesting it inbound. But I can't really build that like this. I could also just say, it's not that important that it's... I can do this. But now it's no longer part of the damn network. Now you're too slow. Now you're just... Yeah, that's no good. It has to be a little bit down so it can request. Damn. If there is no spoilers on the belt, then import. Yeah, but it will be the same thing. The fact is that it will import sometimes, and it really should only import in the beginning, and then for the rest of it, it should not import. Priority 1 is this. Maybe I don't want this. Now this will be highest priority because it goes in on the other side of the belt. But only when there's spoilage, of course. But now, how will I get it started if there is nothing to start it? Oh, look at that. Oh, we don't have a spoilage output for you. Oh no! Crap. That means these can't be directly next to each other. They have to be somewhat different. Okay, maybe I could do something like this. And this one goes down here. Then you can go down here. Then you can go down there. Okay. Did that do anything? Kinda did. Still attached, yes. And then... See, this is the kind of issue that always... like, everything needs to be able to... yeah, unspoil. I could also move this down so this could go directly into that, but... Or actually I could do this one. So if you have something that spoils... then it goes in here. And then goes back out. And the only way this gets any nutrients is from down here. But I'm still waiting for missing a way to kickstart it. I don't know how to kickstart this. Like, obviously, by just having it here, it will kickstart itself eventually because it'll go down here and spoil, and then it'll go. But they spoil really slow, so it's like 1 hour. Insert the spoils from the tech into nutrient factory. Yes, I can. But then I have to think, like, can it ever get spoiled? And I don't think so. Because this can consume quite a lot, and this is not producing much. But of course, if it just completely idles at some point, then what happens? I don't know. But then it's like having to wait 2 hours to find out, because this has 2 hours spoil time. That's kind of uncool. But some of this could probably figure out what happened. Like, that's 3 minutes of spoil time, and then it'll go out here, it'll go in and produce some more nutrients, and as this spoils as well. Can you read fuel? Yes, I can. Don't have it. Lovely. Less than 5, alright. Then it will request. It goes back. Yeah, do we like it? Also, sort of the scale of it. How much are we producing? Oh, that's not. Can't only take this. 12 and a half. It's not much, but this is a starter build, so. Oh, we also need to deal with this part. Eh. Lights. Why are these two in the middle? But this is not in the middle. Yeah. I want to see this spoiling. Yeah, I don't want to use robots for everything because we are coming to Gleba and don't have massive supplies when we get here. So I also just generally like the idea of doing it this way. Hey, make a little spoilers. Did you spoil? No, not yet. 19 seconds. Okay. So we now have some spoilers up here. This one somehow turned the wrong way. And I can build a little bit here. One second. It cleaned it out. Got it in here. Generated a little bit more. Going out. Yeah. And then we get something in. I think this is nice. Not so bad. I think this is a nice little build. And we can build 2 of these if we really need to, or we can just kind of see. So what is it we want to build on Gleba in the beginning? That's kind of what we should see. Because I am honestly not a fan of all the things that we built there in the beginning. Like, what I mean by that is, yeah, plastic is so good. Oh my god, it's so good. But is it? I don't know. Where's the bioplastic? Oh yeah, here. This one. Like, it's so tempting to say, rocket fuel is so easy to make here. Plastic is so easy to make here. Biosulfur is so easy to make here. But you just move the things from volcanoes where it's needed over here, and then you spend resources on moving it. First thing to do on Gleba, leave. Yeah, kind of. Because sulfur, I'm not super enthusiastic about it. Like, obviously, yes, it's nice to make here, but what do we need sulfur for? Nope. Yeah, but not much. Nope. And yeah, but not much. So, not really sulfur. Plastic obviously is very useful. However, cold liquefaction is also pretty good. And especially because we can get this upgrade, or the upgrade to get bonus plastic. Yeah. For me, the main purpose of the first build was to just produce a lot of the mash in cubes and then burn it so I could get enough seeds for the soil. Yes. I agree. Well, not burn it, but yeah. Well, yes, more mash and soil, yes. I agree, that's also what we want to do. So we need to have sort of at the end of the line have a recycler. Anything needed for rockets should be made here just to resupply. It's a problem I was running into with your blueprints on volcanoes. Anything that's needed for rockets should be made here just to supplement. Yeah, I don't agree. I'm not going to make blue circuits. I will never make blue circuits on Gleba. No way in hell I'm gonna make a blue circuits on Gleba. So, or LDS. Ugh. Absolutely not. Like, it is absolutely doable, but I absolutely do not want to. Can you burn sulfur? No. So yeah, it's one of those things where, yes, you can very easily argue that, oh, it's safer if you do this because then each planet is self-sufficient. And I was like, yeah, but if they're self-sufficient, then what's the point of having intergalactic or interplanetary logistics if you don't even trust your interplanetary logistics enough to resupply your planets? Like, maybe fix that problem instead of having each planet do everything. And I know that it's easy and nice to have. I completely disagree. Like, there's nothing easy or nice to have about making blue circuits on all planets. It's awful. It's terrible. What's your top 3 Red Bull flavors? There's only one flavor, and that's the good old classic one. All right, I'm gonna take a save, and then I'll be back in, in 2 minutes. Thank you for joining. Be back in 2. Asher Town, the Chocobo. Okay, honestly, just having the option is nice. Someone might just like Gleba more than Volcanus and thus prefer to use that instead. Completely correct, but then you can make your own damn blueprint.
A new subscriber arrives.
I want to, with my masterclass, choose something that I find to be the best, not the fastest, but the best path through the system, and then I can make like small deviations, go like, these are sort of up in the air whether you want to do this first or that first. But I'm not going to be covering masterclasses to say, here's a build for everything everywhere because maybe you like something better. That's just completely confusing to the people who will be using it, because they're like, okay, why am I building everything everywhere? Which one's better? So I'll be like, yeah, I recommend building this here because I feel that this is the best place, and then using interplanetary logistics to get them somewhere else. Where's the pause button? Thank you for the prime. Welcome. So it's a more of a stylistic choice for me to say, I'm not going to provide solutions to everything. I'm going to provide solutions to what I think is the most important and the sort of the main path through the game. But yes, maybe beeline for science. Yes, but there's also the next part is like, oh, just beeline for science. Yes, but there is a lot of things we need on the way. We need to make sure we actually bake the biochambers and then go like, oh, but then we have iron and copper but just, we do need a few things. We need some infrastructure to get things going. Is that someone might be on one planet because of personal preference? Absolutely. Yeah, iron copper. I think you're right about we need to make some an iron copper build that is self-sufficient. That's another little thing that we have to figure out. Let's try to do that here. I think that's an interesting little design challenge. I'm kind of happy about this. I have not been able to make these very successful, so let's give it a shot.
Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Oh, this can also be made in assembler. Ooh, this is good. And the Tiger Hink. Thank you for the 4 months. Also need to be able to build some quality on your way to legendary items. What? We're a little bit away from legendary items. And no, you don't need to build some quality on your way to legendary items. Technically. Like, it's not like you have to build everything up in grounds. Use your own modules from the release, and they are tiny and easily enough for my needs. Don't take a lot of space indeed. Okay, cool. What about just if the bacteria breeding, you just need a little, so maybe straight from the processed fruit. Straight from the processed fruit? No, that's not efficient. This is very bad. There's only like 10%, and it's a lot of jelly. So, that means it's 60 jelly for 1 bacteria, and 1 bacteria gives us 4 bacteria, so it's +3 plus the productivity, which is 74. So yeah, 3 times 1.74, so 1 becomes 5. Oh, plus 1. Yeah, no, you get every cycle is a net of 5.22. So it's basically okay. I mean, I have to consider it because, and it's not actually, it is not a lot we need, but it's also like not a completely trivial amount because we do need to be able to make gears and sticks and iron and steel for various things that we want to craft in our tiny little hub here. We definitely need to produce all this shit ourselves. So I think I want to do this, but I don't think I don't want to make it very big. Hmm. It feels wrong to start with that one. This is overdoing it, right? Oh, 25 per second is a little bit overdoing it. This is at okay, 12 per second. I think I like that. Let's see if this can be done. Here I would get the bioflux inbound. And maybe nutrients as well? Let's toy with that idea. Mm-hmm. Hmm. What is it I'm trying to do here? I kind of need a rotation, don't I? Don't like it generally. I'm not sure what I'm doing, so just bear with me here. It doesn't work. I need to also get this in. And then we need spoilage out somewhere. See, now I feel that I've again optimized too much for buildings and not enough belts, because then I suddenly add 3 lines on the backside, which is always awful. And this one's missing an input as well. Damn it. Now this one is not affected by a beacon, which means it can only produce 4 per second. And this one can... It's not much, but this one should only be starting. This is a startup and therefore not as important. Did I just move this up? And I... Oh, right, it's this one I need. Okay. Nutrients for the top one. Yeah. Oops. Lovely. Just waste. Where's my... Then I just need one of these. Go in there. Okay, and then I guess this one should monitor the belt. No, it's not enabled. It's here. You're gonna get stuck when this is equal to 0. So only when that's 0. But now what? This is not what I want. Right? Yep. Now it starts going out. And these ones continue to work. You're not going to do anything. Like, ideally, this one... it'll also get stuck once this box is full. Let's just pretend that it gets full pretty soon. Then it just fills up. And then I want to see how it works when it is in a full state and then wants to break out of the full state, if that works. Now oh right, that's true. It does not be this. It won't be the spoilage rate. Yeah, it'll be the spoilage rate, but the spoilage. Yeah, this means that we're just 134 running on the belt. Yeah, that's not actually good then. Because I also want to just put into the box this the stromatolite, but I don't want to put all of it in. But I guess it'll just flow here. Does it even need to loop? No, it doesn't need to loop actually. As far as I can tell. Okay, so now that it starts up, then if I suddenly need to start it up again. Okay. This one just fills up. As long as there's anything on this belt. It should actually be anything. It shouldn't be... Can I do anything? I don't know. I don't know if this works. Because this should be self-sustaining. What if I somehow kill it? Now it's dead. But you should have started because something. Everything is 0. Item ingredient shortage. So your shortage. Ah, the stupid seeds. There. Disabled by control behavior. That's not... Oh, that's correct. It should be disabled by control behavior now. Yes. Good. And once this one sort of fills up... Oops. Then it gets stuck. This one obviously also has to get a return belt here. Trash. Hello, I see you finally ran out of ways to procrastinate going to Gleba for masterclass. This is where I'm at my playthrough, so you should see how you get on. Well, I actually been there before because we have built the first parts. So, like, what do we need to just get started? The power, the farming, and then today I'm starting to sort of make a bus of sorts, figuring out what I want to actually produce on this planet. I really dislike that I have to go like... Shouldn't it be possible to just go straight down? Yes, it absolutely should. Alright, kill that. Like this. And then once it gets to this location, then we can make that one. This one gets started. Oops, not you. Because that makes this possible, right? I don't know if that's what I want, but the idea is there. And this one gets stuck. This one gets stuck. The fact that it's a small belt makes it a little more vulnerable because it might just pick up everything here before it while it flows down. So, which means this might not be necessary. That would be nice if I can just make like a little run out here. Because then I can easily mirror it. Then I don't know if I should make this come a little bit closer. So I'll do this. Yeah. It's not fast. And this way. Everything equal to 0. Right? Anything equal to 0. Anything? No, everything. Everything is equal to 0. This looks rather reasonable, doesn't it? This one can also spoil. So there's a problem with the spoilage here. Question is whether I also want this, like, is this going to be like a standard way for me to do this? Why is this not being picked up? Trash unrequested. You are unrequested. Why are you up here? You should be down there. What is wrong with this one? Oh, because it's disabled, so it also disables the trashing. Weird. Okay. Did not see that. Mm-hmm. I don't really feel I need this one. So what do we think of this build? It guarantees that we have iron and copper here in small quantities. Let's try doing this. Let's see if it can start up by itself. Oh, there's something missing. That one. No spoilage removal from the fruit mashers. Ooh, that's a good point. That's problematic. Yeah. They definitely need it. Ah. Back at it. Is this even enough to keep it flowing? Why do I actually have 2 inbounds? Then maybe that should be 2 outbounds then. Or maybe it should just be like closer? Fine. Inventory's full. Ugh. There's some weird items we have here. Good. Still needed to go up. Go out of the left and right side. No. Don't like it. Don't like this. Another way that I could do it was by saying like this one comes in here. Then I can just go like this. But it's not great. Whoops. Yeah. I don't like this. This gets too cramped. Spoilers might get stuck on the belt. No, it will not get stuck on the belt. How can it get stuck on the belt? Because I need to make sure that at that end, anything that goes on the belt is in a constant state of flow, so nothing gets stuck on the belt. I can assume that the belt will always be emptied, because that's kind of the working assumption. Spoilers on the fruit line. Doesn't matter. This fruit line. Oh, right, that's true. This one, yes, absolutely. Luckily, that's easy to solve, like this. Perfect. Thank you. These are the kind of things that always miss. Ah, man. I'm not super happy about it because of the kinks, and somehow I'm not very kink friendly when I'm playing Factorial. What if I take this part here and flip it and move it over here? What does that do? Oh. Well, it makes it impossible because this one now has to go in here, but it's the same issue. Same issue that I have on this. I could also just move this a little bit out and then what if I instead did this? This is good because this is the faster one, so okay. I think this might work if I can just figure it out.
Our illustrious champion returns.
The trick now is that I can get with this build. I can now get the spoilers on the other side. So let's try that. And Tempered Fox, thank you for the 50 months. Good. Off we go with this one. Okay, so first of all, are they getting this inbound?
Champion returns. Welcome home.
This will be the inbound for all of them. Perfect. Then, Draco Falcone, thank you for the 6 months. And TH Birdman, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Alright, thank you. And then I take these two. And these two. And that one.
A kind gesture.
And that one. And that one. And then somehow this must be possible.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
It's not though.
A kind gesture.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Yeah. All right. Getting somewhere. Let's see if it works. This one is missing something. Yeah. So this does not have spoilage outbound. How do you not have spoilage outbound? God damn it. Oh, that sucks. Uh-huh.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Only this. Yeah, so I missed that. Okay, so what happened? This is not Fez. Thank you for the 51 months of Prime. And Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. And Aronimus, also 200 bits. Jack Banton, thank you for 65 months. And Gulas, thank you for 11 months. And 100th is beating everyone else with 78 months. Wow. Thank you. So we got to a level 1 hype train. Nice. And as usual, thank you, Swammer, with a five more gift subs. If we get to level 5, we get an extra hour of stream tonight. And there's also the hype train winner will get a new spaceship named after the Mega Base series. Yeah. So I do want to make another one. Just kind of trying some things. We're gonna doing some experimentation because I've stabilized the situation in the Mega Base where I am right now, but I need something more. Oh, this is not working. There you go. And BRTZL. Thank you for the 20 months. Wasn't the Mega Base series ended? No, it's ending when we're done or we give up. And I have neither given up or am done yet. But ending, and I mean, it's ending more than Winds of Winter is ending, because that's just kind of in limbo. More spaceships. Yes. Don't think we know how to. Don't think I'm going to be replacing the existing spaceships. Okay, so the best thing I actually can do for this is just to delete it and then start it up and then see if it can start itself. It can't because I don't have this part. But I'm just gonna fire this one up. There. It's just throwing out junk. Why is it throwing out junk? Where's that junk coming from? Why is there so much junk? That's you. Oh, right. That's because it is producing spoilage. Ah, right. That makes sense. Alright, so midway through a level 2 train. Is it actually working? It doesn't. Oh, maybe James JC, thank you for the 5 more gift subs. Ooh, gifting forward. I like that. No nutrition for jelly. It is getting there. It's just slow. Yeah, it's not getting there.
A kind gesture.
Okay. So this one has to go on the other side. Woo! Esti Waldo, thank you for 10 more gift subs. Thank you. There. And then this. There. That should work.
illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Scyther, thank you for the 10 months. Very nice. Okay, we got to level 2 high playing. And we're basically halfway through the next level. That's glorious. Why are you not working now? Because you're trying to pick it up from that one. Alright. No, that's not working. It's always something, right? Ooh, a Swearer with another 5 gift subs. It looks like there's a collective effort to move us forward today. Yeah, finally caught it. Yes. Broken inserter, nutrient for jelly. Nutrient for jelly, yep. This is why we delete it and start again, so that we can see if it starts up and if it saturates correctly. Boop. Just one in. One in should be... No, one in should not be enough, but 2. Just 2. That works. And Banjo, thank you for 5 more gift subs. Wow, we're so close to level 5 now. Level 3 now. Wow. Getting ahead of ourselves here. Okay, okay, this is good. This is not good. Why are you not working? Oh, you... okay. Could imagine this could be constrained. This can make 7.3 spoilers per second. Yeah, but it's not going to because it's idling. I think we want to have these just indicator with lights. Enable when this one... No, when this one is not that. And then red. There. So then they are red when they're disabled. Hey, Jim Bob Jeff, thank you for the 4 months. Sweet. Ooh, Sujin, thank you for 25 gift subs. Ooh, gunning for a spaceship, it looks like.
More shall gather.
Very nice. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Level 3 done. Yes. And level 4 is almost done. Nice. Very nice. I think this is good. Like these red ones. Maybe I don't like the red color because the red color looks like there's something wrong, but just like it's on hold, it's on pause. Catherine, thank you for 10 months. Right. Is there anything we... this one? Yeah, we don't need more on this. I'm just gonna delete this and build it back just so that we can see. Now the constraint is... Is it self-supplying? Yes, it is. And these ones don't... These don't turn on as long as this is moving. This is exactly what I want to see. Like, they should not turn on. If anyone in chat likes watching yours and hates ads, you may have a Prime sub that you can use if you haven't this month. Ah, nice. So is it worth to have it smelted directly here? No, definitely not. Because smelted is in a furnace or in a foundry, and then I have to manage the pipes somewhere else. So I'm just gonna put this here and then bring it up. Grimwald Gaming, thank you for the 3 months. Go train go. Absolutely. Close to going somewhere. I like this little build. It's nice. What is the next? Oh, it's not very nice. This is missing something. I wonder what it's missing. Oh, that would be lovely if I could just smash it in here. Well, it's getting most of it. Huh. It's pretty good. Ooh, Grimwald Gaming, thank you for 5 gift subs. That is a level 4 completed. Wow. That was, that's a little bit surprising to me that we are making such progress. This I like. Now I like it. Straight lines. And what else do I need? Now I need... What are the other things we make here? Then obviously rocket fuel. I think I want to make rocket fuel because rocket fuel is annoying to transport and it's easy to make here, right? So Swimmer, thank you for 5 more gift subs. In the Volcanoes Hub, how is the red signal for activating, deactivating the assemblers passed around? My concrete foundry is off and certainly don't have concrete in storage. Ah, right. Yeah, let me take a look at it. May have some fix something. And Draco Falcone with the 5 gift subs. What did you call me? Thank you for 33 months.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Yeah, so I don't have to import anything, but tell me what I'm gonna need the plastic for. Nope, 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 nope. Well, these ones maybe. Nope, that's explosive cannon shells. Unless that's going into... No, it's not going into anything else. So it's nothing I want to craft with plastic from here. And even then, plastic is very easy to move around. Yeah, rocket fuel. I think that's a good one. LDS, I'm not making LDS here. Don't want to do that. It's so easy to make on volcanoes. You have LDS? I have LDS. Oh shit, I do. Well, that's odd. Why am I doing that? Because I probably... Some of you probably said, well, you should be. I'm like, all right then. But I don't like it. I'm not consistent. All right, well, I guess we need a little bit of plastic then, but I don't like it. Anyway, that one. This we can do. This we can do. And that one. Okay. This now makes... Oh, that's very slow, actually. Two out of 3 making stupid blues. No, I'm not making blues. I'm not making blues. Don't make me. Please don't make me. I don't like it. Alright, and just a friendly update on the train. There's less than 2 minutes left, right? Is it? Yeah, less than 2 minutes left. 1.5 minutes left. And we're at 28% on our way. And who is in the lead? Ooh, Swimmer gifting 5 subs. Alright, pushing it a little bit further. Where we at? We are... Sujin is still in the lead with 25 subs. And we need 27 subs. So, yeah, it's hard to steal it away from Sujin without also triggering the train. Yep. If we're gonna make blues here, we wouldn't have made 16 rockets for blue chips on Volcanus. True, true, true. But we're gonna need blue sockets everywhere. Alright, this is not very many. How much is this one making? Even less. I really dislike this. Oh my god, I dislike it. Because 0.4 is such a useless number. Like, what is this even supposed to do? Alright, 60 seconds left. 27 subs. Ooh. Yep. Looks a little bit daunting with 30 seconds left, and don't wait until the last second because it's gonna run out. Yeah, it's going to end at 4. Yeah, looks like it. You're missing a couple of red wires again. What counts up? Oh, right. Okay, let's look at that once the train has died. Oh, too bad. But I have gone back and looked at it, and no, that's not this one. And no, thank you so much for the level 4. Very much appreciate it, and thank you everyone who put in the valiant effort to get us there. Okay, minus 2,000. Yeah, so close. Yeah, it was. Just needed one more person who was sort of in it. Then it would have made it. But anyway, alas. So what I don't... for me, it looks like it's working. Because I have all this working. And this one is connected all the way up, but I might also have made some changes since the one in the blueprint. But then let's actually figure it out. Let's make it from the combinator out. And from the pole to above the foundries. From the combinator out is done. And from the pole just above the foundries. Okay, so this is something that I have fixed in the latest version. Number 9, version 9. Looking at blueprints, the Volcanus LDS plinth has one foundry pulling from a substation. Huh? Pulling from a substation? Is this the LDS? Nope. This is the LDS. Pulling from a substation. I don't see it either. Can you explain what I mean? What you mean? Like pulling from a substation? That would mean that there's a. I had to put down only power poles. That's why I was missing it. Thank you. All right, Sakana. Thank you. Okay. You have copper cables and copper plates going to the same in the hub area. Yes. Should be like this, right? Obviously not. But it looks better. It looks like the rest of them. Yeah. There we go. And then let's check the other thing you were saying about the LDS blueprint. Yes, that one. Oh, these are very legendary. That's not good. Hmm. This is not getting anything inbound. No, it is. It is. It's just barely getting up there. Okay, yeah. But you're not getting it. Oh my god, this is horrible. No, it's right there. Okay, so this one works. This one doesn't work. Maybe. Why is the plastic not working, you idiots? That makes no sense. Oh, right, because it's legendary. Yeah, okay, so it's a little bit excessive here. Let's do this out of curiosity. See if it is able to push it up here, but it is, but it won't be able to get them in here because it needs 22 per second, and these can only do 12 per second or 9 or something. Okay, but this is not supposed to be legendary anyway. But it is supposed to go up here as a workable solution. This one, then I'm gonna take you out. Nope. I never use that function. It's actually so much easier. None of these look suspicious, higher quality or anything. Yeah, so that's updated. Now for the next masterclass, this, if we do anything on Volcanus, then this will be updated. Anyway, that's definitely not what we wanted to do. We wanted to continue here. Oh, and it's 10 o'clock, so I'm going to take a short break, get something to drink. I'm getting a little bit of a headache for some reason. It's Gleba giving me a headache. Gets an excuse to leave Gleba. And he's back on vacances. I know. It's a little bit sad, but let's continue here because it's fun to do these designs. So be back in 2 minutes. Okay, well, welcome back. Here we are. Are you going to do a YouTube series of Satisfactory Plus that got released today? No, I will not. It is a mod, and I don't generally play mods, and don't really have any interest in the mod for Satisfactory, so not really. I don't currently have any interest in Satisfactory. I don't have any interest in mods generally. I certainly don't have any interest in Satisfactory mods. I understand that it could be good content, and thank you for sharing it. Nah. Yeah, I'm running in the background researching stuff. Yeah, I wish I could do that. Have my research chugging along, because 342 million for the next research is kind of a lot. Wait, so is this what we want? 100 seems like a lot. 100 waters doesn't seem like a lot. Would you be interested in workers and resources of Soviet Republic? No, I will not be interested in the rise and propagation of the Third Reich either, but that's because I don't feel that games that sort of glorify or at least diminish the historical atrocities are at least not something that is as close as that. Whether we could play as Attila the Hun, I think that's sufficiently far removed to not really. But you know, when you see people still flashing their CCCP sweatshirts in international politics, you know, I don't think I want to be the one doing even a small part of glorifying that regime. So that's a little bit of a political stance I take on those kind of games. So I don't even know if it's a good game, and it could be the best game in the world, but I'm not gonna touch it for that specific reason. So, well, I wonder if this. Oh, this only makes 29, and this is. That's not enough.
A new subscriber arrives.
My
Fills you with determination.
my feed. I read that as my fish died, but that it's kind of the same letters, but jumbled up a little bit. This is no good. So one can feed two. I don't want to make it this wide. What are good ideas for this? I feel that this... Mystified, yes! Degrees of dyslexia. What can we do about this? I don't know. Can also do something like this, but then that's okay. So let's try something like we did before. Fireflux and that. Oh, but then that's not even powered by blah. That's blah. All right, no good. There's a slight surplus. That's fine. Smashing out here, smashing out here. They will have room for getting some pizza in here. You need to get both kinds. problems. Yeah, because if I move, I can move it one out. This is good, but where's the outbound? So this works, but how do we mirror it, and how do we replicate it? Because this doesn't seem good. Yeah, spurs and seeds. There's a million things, but that's This is god damn. It's so annoying to design anything here. Whoops. Actually, like this. We're against weaving? Yes. I don't like spell weaving. I do it because it is almost impossible to do anything with chunks, Prometheum chunks, unless you belt weave. So I kind of had to, begrudgingly. And then we had a nice little design challenge out of it, but I don't do it here because then it just becomes, every single build becomes a belt weaving thing, and that's just awful. So I don't do belt weaving, except the caveat is Prometheum science. But Prometheum science is broken in so many ways that, well, that's just the way it is. Okay, so what do we think about this? I don't like it, honestly. Because I can't really replicate it on the other side, because this one is its own separate thing. And yeah. How did the developer even intend to use Prometheum chunks? I don't know. I think they intended us to sort of load up a ship with some biter eggs, fly out, process them, and then come back. That's why they were sort of, okay, how do we incentivize this? Okay, so the challenge is that the biter eggs will spoil, so you have half an hour to get out there and process as much as possible, but you can't store the Prometheum chunks. So that's kind of how it is. Oh, and that's a mosquito. I do not want that there. They have a tendency to come out when I'm taking my contact lenses out. Would you like the devs to fix Prometheum science so it best to export it the intended way? No, not really. I mean, let's see. How do I say this? I think that the word that comes to me is ham-fisted, but I'm not sure that's the right word. I feel that Space Age, compared to Vanilla, has been a little bit more ham-fisted. in terms of sort of forcing us to do things the way that they wanted us to do. So they were sort of, they had a design concept, and then they were like, yeah, this is how it should be done. Like, we want spaceships to, like, the best example is spaceships. Do we have a shitty little spaceship? Yeah, here's a little spaceship. They clearly intended us to harvest asteroids, make them into ammo, use the ammo to shoot asteroids. That works. Awesome. Make them self-sustaining. And then during the PR event, everyone was like, "Oh, that sounds complicated. Let me just launch some ammo because fuck it. I just launched 500 ammo from the planet and whatever. Then we move out." And then it's a little bit hyperbole, but Kovarex was raging in the corner. I was like, "That's not how you're supposed to do." And then hurry up and nerfed the rate by which they you can launch them. So yeah, rocket capacity is still 100 by these, but the ones that we're using, like, why would I use this stone? Why not use this one? Oh, this is stack inserter 50 now. Oh, okay. What about this one? Oh, where is it even? Stack insert 25. So kind of like nerfing it to sort of like, no, you're playing the game wrong. And then what happens when you get into that? Then you get into a race between the players and the developers about the developers like, no, you should play it like this, and players go like, no, we don't want to do this. And then you have like the issue of build storage, for example, and where it's like, that's clearly not how they intended it, but that's how people were sort of getting around the constraints. Or quality, like, oh, legendary should be really difficult to make, but we wanted to make it as simple as possible, and so the LDS shuffle was invented, and so the space casinos were invented, and then now they nerf that because they're like, you're not playing the game correctly, and oh, that feels a little bit, like, yeah, a little bit too forceful with sort of the approach, and I think in vanilla game, in the base game, I don't know, did they hit it just perfectly in the beginning, or were there some things that they ended up nerfing because they were just too good? I think the productivity has really just put everything into overdrive in terms of how efficient things are. And then there are some things from the base game as well that we sort of kind of just have gotten accustomed to, and that's just like, oh, that's a feature now. I can't really come up with something, but there's been many things from mega basing that was clearly not really feeling intended. Something like mining into trains, for example. Like, that's probably never was really sort of the intention to be, that's the best way to do things. But yeah, at some point it was. Just on ways to stop news from breaking the game. I know. They made changes to Gleba due to land test feedback. Thus said some of the recipes were a lot more complex. They had biolabs late on too. It sucked. It still sucked though. It felt like they could have gone with maybe a few more months to fine tune, but ran out of time. I don't think so. Because the game got broken so many ways during that event. Sorry. And I think actually Anti-Elites and his speedrunning team was the culprits of most of it. Like making a 2 kilometer long spaceship that got destroyed from the front and then got rebuilt. But the time that it took to get destroyed was just, it could be rebuilt because it was like one long thin line, so it could get rebuilt faster than could be destroyed, and Kovacs was fuming while showcasing how to just complete the game in 50 minutes or some stupid thing like that. And then again, nerf. And yeah, Gleba was the least finished one because they had multiple iterations of it. I think they ended up on something that it's a little bit simple, but I believe they also had another step of intermediates that were just completely useless. So I'm when I saw this version, I was like, oh, okay, well that's a little bit too simple. But now we've gotten into it, and the realization is that the difficulty of Gleba is not about the different kind of fruits and the different kind of mashes and stuff you can put in. It's how to manage spoilage. And see, I'm back on volcanoes again. Um, and that's the core challenge. So focus on the core challenge of making spoilage. So that's I think they clearly incentivized us to go here by giving us quality, by giving us efficiency modules, not so much, but productivity modules. I can't remember the egg handling was there, but it probably was. I just never got there. Got there in the demo. I spent a lot of time with spaceships. Um, so I don't think a couple of months would have helped, because the developers would not have found the same exploits that anti-elites and other speedrunners and sort of people who are destined to just break the game, because they were deliberately sort of like, why can't I just? And I also found some glaring things that still are not fixed, but you know, yeah. So I think that there's a limit to what an internal development team who understands the vision and plays along the vision can see, while people who come in and have no clue what's going on and just go like, oh, why can't I do this? And then you start hammering away at the game until that happens, and then the architect comes over and says, you're not supposed to do that, and go like, oh, I thought I was supposed to do this. I also found some weird glitches where you could sort of switch between, I don't know, I can't remember what it was, but it managed to break it quite efficiently, which was fixed like the next morning. So yeah, because you kind of don't understand what you're supposed to do. So yeah, I think it was fine. I think that mostly what I think is the philosophy of it that is a little bit too sort of railroaded into one way of playing, which of course that's what we bulk at, one way of playing, because we want our own way of playing. The recipe switching trick on volcanoes was done. Yeah, like that one. Like, if this has to say you're not supposed to do that, then it's bad design. It's not the player's fault. I can partially agree. I think it's not the player's fault, but I don't think I would classify it as bad design. I think it's totally fair that a game developer develops their game the way that they see fit, and then realize, oh, people wanted it to do something else, or people find it frustrating, so they've come up with ways to abuse it. I watched some GDQ, and watching Doom Dark Ages is fucking annoying as a speedrun. I was looking at that speedrun and go like, oh wow, in 1 hour, like that's a massive game. And then the whole thing was just like, you climb on a mantle, and then you open the map, and then you go somewhere else, and then you close the map, and then you teleport to that location, and then you complete the mission. I'm like, wow, that's fucking boring. But that was 80% of the speedrun was just that. And it's not the player's fault. Yeah. But it does, yeah. Then there's the thing, like, something that I know I told Nephrons, and I do think it's kind of become a staple in speedrunning thing, is the fact that you can put things in directly in here. So, like, the fact that you could put things, even things you don't have. And then you could also just, the magic blueprint I have as well, how you can just stamp things in and they will automatically have a ghost image of that. And since they will be extracted directly out of here and put in, you can do really cool things with just blueprints on spaceships, like, and then they just get there. In 18 minutes, yeah. It's the same as Portal 1 speedrun of 5 minutes, which is ridiculous, because it's just out of bounds, 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 skip level, out of bounds, out of bounds. Orders beer, orders beer, orders beer. Yeah, orders lizard, orders one. First come walks in the bar and that's where the bathroom is. The bar bursts into flames, killing everyone. Yes, that's a classic. Yeah, there's just no way that you can. I mean, no matter what you do, just real users will just find cool ways of breaking the game or breaking anything. Also, websites when like there are still website forms where you can just put stuff into URL and put code into URL. And you're like, why? Why is that thing? We can break out from forms and yeah. It's but it is hard to because you have to think about all the things that can go wrong, which is exactly what we have to do here on Stupid Gleba as well. Right, I don't like this. Isn't the original Mario under 1 second or something like that? Nice. Okay, so this is not a good design. It's missing. It's missing the spoilage outbound. And it cannot be replicated on the other side. I find the speedruns that are glitchless super fascinating. I find glitch speedruns extremely ungratifying to look at. And I can see the appeal of a glitched speedrun for like 1 second. We go like, oh, that's so cool. Now stop doing it. That's how I feel about it, because we're like, okay, but I mean, are you playing Doom Dark Ages? No, you're not. You're just playing, jumping in and out of the map and doing mental jumps or mental something. And I'm like, as a speedrunner, is that like, yeah, awesome. This really tests my skills of being able to do this and go into the map at exactly the right frame. Wouldn't it as a speedrunner be more gratifying to be like, yeah, I can play the game really efficiently, and yeah, there's a skip here, and maybe there's a different skip here, but not like yeah, I don't like out of bounds. Anything out of bounds, ew. Actually got a Glitzer's Link's Awakening run verified fusing. My first submit. Ooh, nice. It was just exploiting things the game allowed. Well, that's really just a matter of semantics, isn't it? Because it sure as hell is a glitch. Glitch as in something not intended. The problem was that you went into the map, and then when you exited the map, it retained the X and Y coordinates of your map location, not of your. Yeah, that's what they've said in their commentary on the video. Yeah. And that's because they don't mind it. This one has to be marked as fuel. But anyway, I mean, it's a category. People enjoy it. That's good. I don't have to enjoy it. Now this one doesn't work. That's the problem. I have no way of getting it in here. Have you played any speedrun? Spade speedrun? No, I don't speedrun. I've done it once as a sort of a challenge and completed in 4 minutes, 4 hours and 20 minutes, which I think is pretty impressive for someone who never speedrun before. But it was a fun little gimmick. Oh, I can't figure this out. I cannot figure this out. Someone must have done this for me before. Oh, right. This is the reason why this is working. Looks so simple is because it's getting the mash inbound, which is a bad idea. Software admire the tenacity of finding the glitches, but I don't consider it fair. Yeah. See, this is also what I'm like for the Doom Dark Ages, right? Then someone finds this glitch where they can open the map and teleport to anywhere. Like, that would be like, oh, thank you. Fixed. Good. There we go. Update. Fixed. Maybe it's going to be 2 weeks, whatever. But I would certainly not expect this to survive for 3 months so that it becomes a staple of the speedrunning community. I would expect the developers to go like, oh, yeah, that's definitely not intended. Thank you. We'll fix it, because I can't imagine that that's going to be something that's going to be particularly hard to fix. Because you know exactly what it is, where it's happening. It's super reproducible. So it's like, okay, where is it? Oh, right here. It says get coordinates. Oh, don't do that, but store the coordinates. Right? So, and like, why not fix it? But I don't know. Okay, so this one is one wider with the second outbound line. Yeah, I can do that, but it looks awful. Because then I have to have a second outbound line here. And I also have to have a second inbound line, or at least sort of... something like this, right? But and then again, where's our... This is only one outbound, so where's the... We're still missing the spoilage outbound. This is the problem, right? There's way too much... Product outbound. Yeah. That's the... I'm really not getting this. It's a great example of a game where glitches have just become part of the game. Some glitches require intense skills to reproduce, so it's kind of fair to stay the game. I also think that something like Rocket League also had something where they were discovered, and then that became like a staple of a skill expression in the game, because it was a difficult way to make whatever move in something, and then it became like, oh, okay, well, it was never intended, but yeah. I also watched Titanfall 2. I love Titanfall 2. It is... I don't know about it. I don't know what, but that game just... It has so much appeal to me. I don't know why. Well, I do. It's just... The feel of a first-person shooter that also just has this different dimension of jumping in and out of mechs just makes it so interesting. But anyway... There were some interesting glitches as well, where they were like, okay, you could, like, the idea of just running and jumping and throwing grenades to get you move faster, or getting upward momentum and that kind of thing, or sort of do some kind of wall kicks to make it go faster and faster. It was really, really fun as well. Yeah, Quake 3. Yep, rocket launchers. Okay, I don't know about this. I can't really figure it out. I don't know why it's so difficult for me to get this one. My mind is not working very well. I've been staring at this stupid thing for way too long. Let me do something else instead. Fuck that one. Let's look at the one we actually want. This one. This I don't like. This I also don't like. There's way too much here that's using... That sucks. Because that has to hit here and here. Now you can't get in there. There's a way. It's awful. No, it's not. It doesn't work. I don't know how it would be, but I wish Gleba was different. Yes. Me too. The vibe is cool, but I stall on designs like no other place, and it's really frustrating. Good. So that works. This one gets in here, here. This one's always outsorting, yes. Always input in here, 6. This one hasn't done anything yet. Three? Because you have 3. When this one reaches more than 10, or more than or equal to 10, then it outputs and gets in here. This one will always work. But what is the deficit? Yeah, it's basically half of what I need. So this is running at extremely underleveled in the beginning. So it's actually now 1.827 divided by 0.7. No, divided by 1.33 multiplied by 0.767. It's actually only 1.05 production here, which is nothing. Why is this one not possible? But it would never will be possible, will it? It could be by doing it this way and this way instead, yeah? Because it's got to be the same. What about that one as well? What happens now? It's still awful, right? Two 2.784 divided by 2. Oh shit! Something. Oh shit! Sorry. Oh, dying here. 1.1. So now it's 1.6, which is still not enough. There's no way I can also get one in here. I want to see what it is I'm doing on this one. Well, that's difficult. Ah, come on. Place it anywhere. There you go. Yeah. Here and here, but not in the middle. Damn, this is such a crisp design. Love it. It's basically this one I want to make, so why am I... How did I not... I was not able to put it right there. Oh, right. Now I get it. It's because... There. That one can now go out into this one. Sweet. That's what I didn't get. But honestly, isn't it just taking the stuff I already designed once and then just kind of putting it in there? And then just go... Done? Maybe not these two. Let's see what this is actually producing. So this is... Oh, first of all, there's one power pole here that's a little bit over ambitious. This might not actually be trivial to make, to power pole it, will it? No. Okay, so that can be done. These are kind of heading in the same directions that are going opposite. Is that? I also feel the whole thing has to be flipped downwards. So let's do the calculation. 4.733 divided by 3.445 multiplied by 1.987. 2.28. So I need 2 of these to have enough. Oh, that might actually be an issue here. No? Okay. Still good. Barely. We can take it 1 down. Yeah. Okay. So this is the return belt of you. Okay. This inbound is you. Yeah. Then do I like it this way or that way? Okay, now they're all heading the same direction instead of sort of having it towards the middle. When will you release the Gleba blueprint? I think the next blueprint, next will be going to Gleba, so it will be 2, 3 on 2 or 3 masterclasses for Gleba, I think. But if you are a patron supporter, you can always just, after this session is done, you can download the save game and you can snatch whatever blueprint you want. How many hours do we have in Factorio? Just kind of should have a UI for that. Huh. Why do I not have Steam up anywhere? That's weird. Steam? Uh, 8,906 hours. Do we have anything else that's inbound? Yeah, this one. Whoa, power. Yeah, that's not a giant surprise that we're running out of power here. Especially because some idiot put the stake down, which is full of everything. Yeah. There you go. Done. Power. Don't want to deal with power right now. It says working, but this is not water. So I can place it anywhere actually. Oh, I can. Nice. Okay, so they are all missing. And now what? Where is this one actually going? Because this should go into a rocket silo immediately. Ooh, bad stuff. Right. Here's the thing. Everywhere I build something and it goes up and then rocket silos. This one I just happened to do it opposite because Gleba's upside down. Have you tried BF6 demo yet? No, I have not. Definitely not my type of game. Okay, but let's do the design work first. They are not able to get out, but... This is also very risky because there's a lot of storage everywhere. This is not good. Like, there's definitely a problem with this. Because this one is full of 20 and this one's full of 20. There's got to be a way that I don't have 40 times whatever here running around. Does this even need to be here? Could be just one of this, right? But maybe it's because it's gonna happen. So if there's nothing demanding this, it will accumulate, and I really don't like it to accumulate so much that there's a stack in here and there's a stack in here. Beautiful design, and it actually also works. However, this part, 5 point something. I don't think this is enough for what we need. Something I struggle with in fact the factory genre is building for overproduction. I always build on the scale I need at the moment and then struggle against it so much once I need orders of magnitude more later. Yes, I completely agree. I think that's the crux of the factory game genre, does that. Yeah, I don't know. I feel the same way. I have exactly the same problem. I try to, like, one thing is making something upgradable. Another thing is sort of making things modular. So if, like, this, the way that I combat it is, if you make things modular, then once you have one module designed, then you suddenly go like, oh man, I need 3 times as much. Then you have the choice, do I want to redesign it for 3 times as much, or do you want to just copy paste it 2 more times? The obvious answer is pretty much 2 more times, most of the time. And that's what I really love about city blocks and, yeah, about a lot of things, because this is also how I've designed it for, excuse to go to volcanoes. Like, if we have built all this science and I went like, oh, I want twice as much science, well, I can then redo every single science to get twice as much, or I can just go like, fuck it, just copy paste the whole damn thing. For some quads we were confused at first. There's a bug in the UI for the parameter function, but otherwise pretty neat. Parameterized blueprints. I have not found a use case where it's really good. And if we look back at the Friday Factorio Facts coming up to Space Age, there was a lot of focus on trains, like elevated trains, interrupt, parameterized blueprints so you could just stamp down more train stations, and what is Space Age? Completely without trains, because they fucking suck. And they put all the bells and whistles and they still fucking sucks. And that's, yeah, and then people like them for trains. But you don't really need trains, do you? Um, and I think that's the biggest problem, that they went in and go like, yeah, people love trains. Let's make trains better. And then they made it better with one hand, and they made them redundant with the other hand. And go like, well, they might be better, but they're better at being redundant. Have you played the game? Have you found a use for trains? Because I have not. I have my happily mega base running around with producing 1 million signs per minute, and not a single train. Well, there is a few trains. There's one Fulgora trash, but that's actually something I don't even need anymore. And Fulgora, no, Aquilo is the train planet, ironically. With a decade of experience and parameterized blueprint are so difficult to understand how to use. Thank you. Senior engineer with decade of experience. It's so tempting to go, okay, boomer. Don't want to learn new stuff. Us young kids, we are not sort of stuck in our ways and insist that everything must be written in C++, but fine. You do you, senior engineer. Yeah, I'm probably older than you, so I think I can give you that stab. They also didn't make spaceships as useful as they made trains. Yes, I think a part of the reason why they didn't make spaceships as useful as trains is because that would kind of ruin the interdependence or the independence of the stations. They get almost enough for entry level. Yeah, I remember I saw like whether it was a tweet back in the days or something where it was someone who said, I just got rejected at this position where they insisted to have that the candidate should have 5 years of experience with this tool. I invented this tool 3 years ago. I don't know how they're gonna find the right candidate. Like, yeah, that's interesting. I want you to have 5 years of experience in something that was invented 3 years ago, and that's the guy who invented it. Like, sorry, with Swift. It's something like, I mean, it's probably happened more than once, but it was one of those. Yeah. And I found myself at another planet again. Okay, so I like this. What do I not like about it? I don't like the fact that it goes down instead of up. So maybe this whole thing should be sort of flipped somehow. Like right now we're just making puzzle pieces, and then we'll sort of... If Gleba is going to be a puzzle, then what we've done is we've collected a little castle here, and we've collected some flower fields, and we are here working on some more of the forest or something, and what we have left is the gray mountains and the bluish gray sky. Why do I always pick those kind of puzzles or jigsaw puzzles, right? So we've done the easy parts, but we haven't put them together to sort of mesh it with all the junk that has to go in there. But what I could do is I could take this one and just move it up. Or I could just go like, yeah, whatever, that's just gonna launch from below here because it's upside down world. This also needs some defenses. Okay, and I also really dislike this part here. This is... in between. I think we were... Oh yeah, we opted for Tesla turrets here all the way from the beginning. So that's also what we're going to be getting in here. That means this thing here should not be like this. It should be further in. Nope. And yeah, these are expensive. Why do I put it on the side when there's nothing on that side that requires... Be a little much. Bit much. I didn't mean it for that to come out. Oh no, it didn't come off bad. I was just getting tempted by this whole this stance of saying like, I have been in this field for many years, so it didn't come off as arrogant or anything like that. It was just, but I'm happy that you say that, because I looked at it and go like, this is complete gibberish to me, and why? Like, why do have this stuff where it's like, oh, you have to call it P1_S or some stupid thing like that? Like, that is clearly some code that's leaked out, instead of just go like, okay, click this icon, that's a parameter, and that's an icon, and it's a little, like, there's got to be a better UI than what they've came up with. This bothers me so much. So much. I have to redo it. And now they're mirrored, because this whole build is supposed to be mirrored. There. Now it's mirrored against each other, which is much nicer. Yes. Does it work? I don't know. Why is it not actually working, by the way? Shouldn't it work? Yeah. What is the whole... Oh, the holdup is the fact that we don't have any of this, so... That should get it going, right? This is working, this is working, this is working, and this is working. But what we also have to do is we have to have a reliable supply of these, so that we can always just draw one of these if we need it. So that's something we have to build up here in the hub. Yeah, this one. We have to have a pentapod recycler onto itself that can start and stop as it wants. Just put a pentapod egg maker that outputs into a box. Nope, because then after 15 minutes it spoils and hatches, and then you don't have that pentapod egg to start. Oh, right. So just, yeah. Yeah. I wasn't really intending to do that now, but I kind of maybe should do that. Okay. The rocket fuel is bothering me so much, and I don't understand it. It's so simple. And then, what else did we want to make here? We want to make a little bit of plastic. I'm refusing to make sulfuric acid, sulfur here. But a little bit of plastic and a little bit of this. Oh, hello. Why did they spawn over here? Oh, they spawned from my That's just my location, so in a minute or so they'll spawn again. wherever I'm looking. In the recycler, when they get close to popping. Close to popping is not easy to monitor. Wooden refrigerators and dry storage solution work well with to manage spoilage. You could even turn into cold fluoroketo. Yeah, absolutely, Hero Complex. Absolutely. I think that it's a gigantic missed opportunity that the frozen planet doesn't give us anything. A research to extend spoiling time, for example, or having cooling things or something like that. It's a new class of chests that require cooling, and if they have cooling, then they are the things in there don't spoil or something like that. It's like massive missed opportunity. Hey Yatsu, thank you for the 77 months. At that point, just remove spoilage. I don't know. I think spoilage isn't. It's an interesting mechanic. I'm not sure I like the way that it's defined. It's made, but I like the idea of it, and it makes it so. But something that could extend the spoil time would be really nice, like an infinite research that could be. Like every research level increases the spoil time by 10%. Amazing, super useful. Not it wouldn't change the way that the game flows, but it would mean that you could make trains or you could make longer belts because it doesn't spoil in 5 minutes. Now it spoils in 15 minutes. Ooh. Jacko Boy, thank you for the 3 months. Flip the heat pipes around and make the alternate version of cooling pipes to refrigerate. Something like that, right? So, yeah. Or special storage that like has an influx of fluoroketone and an outflux of it, and then as long as it's in there, it doesn't whatever. Like a million different ways that could run. But the fact that we have a frozen planet and we have something that spoils, come on, come on. All right, I'm gonna go back to the stupid here, because this. It will not get the better of me. How hard would it be to implement a power switch to each production module? And can you toggle on off from remote view? Yes, you can. Ramp up and down the control production of different surfaces. Your thoughts? Nope. I don't like it. I don't like the idea. I have not found a use for power switches, and that is still not a use for it. The game shuts down by itself when there's nothing happening, so you don't need a power switch. The residual consumption is irrelevant anyway. M. Area, thank you for the Prime. Welcome. Do you think that 2.0 needed more time in the oven and or playtesting? No, honestly not, but I do think that they should have launched it, and we are closing in on a 1-year day of the release, and we haven't seen any updates. I don't think that's good. Like, even by satisfactory standard, that would have been really slow updates. I think that they should have been like, here's the game. After 3 months, we're going to come in with a balance patch, and then they might be like, okay, you know what, we can see that there's something here. For 2.1, we're going to be adding some, whatever, just we talked about. We're going to be adding some refrigeration mechanic. Look forward to that. Also for 2.1, we're going to be improving the spaceship logistics because we see that people are frustrated with it, or something like that. Like, so we know that there's something to it. Now it feels like they're just like, blah. See ya, we're gonna build an MMO now. And it's generally not merge back to the main line, same with Bioflux. No, I don't do that. So I feel that it's perfectly fine to leave it in the state that it was launched at, which was perfectly playable. But I also feel that they should be sort of closer linked to the community, because honestly, it's been 10 months. Yeah, 10 months. 10 months, and we haven't heard anything. Like, the only thing we've heard is one developer who gave one comment, reply to someone on the Discord. That's the only communication we have about what's coming in 2.1. We don't know when, we don't know what, we don't know if that's the last thing, we don't know anything, which I think that's, like, Factorio has always been really bad at community dialogue. Like when they did the Friday Factorio Facts, sure, I think they should have had a monthly Friday Factorio Facts in since release. I think that would have been much more interesting. Because then we go like, oh yeah, we see that people are like, oh yeah, we have concerns about the casino ships, or hey, people have reached the 1 million times per minute, congratulations, or whatever, right? Anything. So, or basically saying like, oh, we are seeing that people are really trying to optimize in going out to the shadow planet. It was actually added a little bit like a gimmick, so we never really put effort into optimizing the performance when you get close to it, because we never really thought anyone would be really going there. But since this is such a concern for you, then we are actually looking into the performance of asteroids. Okay, right, it's something, anything. But yeah, okay. That is double. Yeah, it's double. It's double. That's the problem, because that just makes it so goddamn tempting to take two of these. Is there any way that this is not the right move? Like, I can also do it this way. But I just really wanted to try to avoid this way because it takes more space. But this is good, right? This is pretty good ratios. Then, yeah, so we can't really get anything in here because this doesn't have any. Actually, we could do. One, two, three. So what is this? This is Bioflux. Yeah. We're still missing all the outputs. The junks. Okay, so now it's all the spoilers we need to deal with. Just trying to see if there's any way that this could be done. Pretty compact, actually. Found a bug in the Fulgora landing block. What is it? What is it? Half the electrolyte have no input. Okay. excuse to go away from this miserable hellhole. I think I also messed around with this because I wanted to get that one in here. So half the electrolyte, have no input. Electrolyte is somewhere. That's this one. Have no input. It does now. But did I fix it in the game or did I fix it in the blueprint? I only fixed it. Yeah, so. See, that one is missing a link up here. Nope, doesn't work. Let's do this. Okay. Oh, shit, I can't do it. Hmm. Seems weird, doesn't it? Hmm. Okay. Oh, this is also interesting. This is... I really wanted to have all of these with me. Ah, Glebalicious. It wasn't even Glebalicious, it was just this one. Yeah, that is what it is. Done. Good. There we go. And back. So that's also updated, but not really put in the updated in the blueprint. But at least the blueprints in game are fixed. What did I? Huh? I think I fixed it. Connected up here. Connected up here. Yeah. Now I just need to upload the blueprints again to wherever they were supposed to be. All right, so I think this is how we're gonna do it. I will have this repeated like this, which is interesting. Because you actually hit that one. What does that mean for us? That's interesting. Now that's going to be completely messing up the ratios. Completely. I think this is nice, right? I mean, we are producing this. Alternatively, no, it wouldn't be possible to get it closer. And this one, I want to use this middle one. Yeah, I guess this is where we are for this one. They all have outputs. Yes. All right. So let's kill this. Get this one over here. Okay, so this is going to be, yeah. And the next one. Ooh. We're missing an important part of this. That is this thing here. Only this one. Oh, wrong way. Here's another thing. Like this beacon, if that was up here, then this would be better. But it doesn't need to be better. It's already 41. Flip the bottom one. No, it doesn't work. I can't get. If I get it here, then this will also need to move one up. So it's not gonna work. The only way it could work is if these two were next to each other. This one collapsed. But then I don't have that outbound. So it's like a trade-off. No, I can't do that. Yeah, that's a nice little build. And it has lights also there. Oops. But it does not have power. Ah! That one! No! That light is apparently not important. I don't want a light there anyway. Who cares about the lights? Ow. Okay. So a little bit of plastic. Because you're forcing me to. Ooh, what about these ones? Ah, we need the carbon fiber as well. That's important. What is it we need carbon for? Oh, we need carbon for carbon fiber. This one has to be made as well. But let's do a little plastic build. Did I take an 11 o'clock break? I don't think I did. Damn, this is why I feel like I'm getting a little bit incoherent. And that's probably because I forgot my 11 o'clock break. You don't put mash or jelly on your bus. I guess that's to make each city block modular so you don't have to run out of room. No, it's because they spoil in 5 minutes and 3 minutes instead of in 1 hour. This is 1 minute, 3 minutes of spoil time versus the, where the hell's the ingredient? Here, 1 hour versus 3 minutes. I know which one I want to keep on my bus. Let's try a similar design here. Pretty good. Not like perfect because it's a little bit off, but it's 21. This one could probably actually be made a little bit closer. Yep. In the time and helpful to generate spoilage even if they don't do spoil. Yeah, but the thing is, you say they're helpful to generate spoilage and they go around in the time that it takes. Yeah, but if you use it for making science, then your science is ending up like 80% spoiled instead of 20% spoiled. Or the other way around, depending on how you calculate it. Like this. It's probably good if you need seeds. Yeah, but I mean, here I'm not. This deleter and the deleter on the other end will be changed into some other things. It's Novelli. Thank you for the 61 months. Thank you.
Returns. Welcome home.
Okay, I like this. Now each of these need a junk output. Yeah. I'm not liking it because I really like this one here. And as soon as I do that, then this kind of thing just goes out the window. This is the finished product. And this is the junk. Oh, hold on. That's not working because this is only 60 capacity, so I do need to do some kind of sidedness on the belt. Ugh. Like this. That's about as disgusting as things can get. That's easier. It's almost as good, but fine. Fine for me. What if? Doesn't really make it better. Oh, I just had a thought for your megabase. Do you have to overdo screen science due to being partially spoiled when consumed or not practice the other sides? Yes, indeed. And that might actually be a problem. It will, and it gets worse than that, because if you have a full belt of 120 or full half belt, a half belt it's called, it's not called full half belt, it's just called a half belt of agricultural science, and that's 120. And you have built exactly the same amount of biolabs that will consume 118.5 from this belt. Well, it's going to consume more than 118.5 of your Gleba science because they consume faster. They don't last as long. I had a look at my base, and it was saying 2. I think it was 2.8 million of each of the science consumed over 10 minutes. And does that make sense? 2 divided by 10 minutes? That's per minute divided by 60? No, that can't be right. Whatever. There's something. Maybe that was per hour? Yeah, it was per hour. I think. And then it was 2.8 of all the science, and it was 4 million of the agricultural science. So it uses significantly more. And that was when it was running like for 1 hour. And that's also a little bit of a reel about what science I'm actually consistently producing with the Prometheum right now, which is not enough. For first and last plastic output, top mono side loading. Maybe it looks nicer. Huh? Oh, right, like this. Yeah. Yeah, it takes a little bit more space, but yeah, you're right. No, that doesn't work. And what's the other one? The other one is... there. Looks weird. No. These ones all have to be filtered. Otherwise, they will also eject. Spoilage out. I forget this. This is the... I don't like this. Looks awful. Hmm. Plastic. Anything about this? Oh yeah, your macro mesh is not coming in, so that's kind of important. Oh no, how are you gonna get from that belt outbound if you're not good? Ooh, that's... maybe like this? No, it's not even gonna make it. How the hell do we do that? Ah, okay. But hold on, that's still the same problem here. This one has not been resolved. Oh no. So copying it doesn't make it better because the other one isn't resolved either. Ah, this is the thing, right? Yeah, so things can sit in this field and this tile and spoil, and if it does, then I have no way of getting it out. So I was kind of thinking, hey, could I just make this? But then I have to move this one down, and then sort of cascading with awfulness. I don't know what that one was doing. Can't use spoilage as nutrients as an input. I get that it's according to GameCamp, but that it's an input. Huh? This was the original. Yes. But this won't quite be enough. There. Would burner inserters be a good failsafe for power and Gleba? No, I don't know how that would work. Need to figure out what I'm doing with this. I can't do this. This is so bad. This one out here. I mean, now I also lost the other opportunity. Damn, I do have to do this. I guess this is slightly better. Oh yeah, seeds. It's a nice attempt at symmetry. Hey Moon, good evening. So thinking to output spoilers to left side, going in the underground. Merge into the right side input. This is not fast enough. Yeah, this is kind of stupid. You have this and then you build it, but you can't actually claim it because you build it too fast. Then it becomes like an inserter capacity. Got the spoilage of nutrients on the belt. What do you mean? Spoilage? This one. Spoilage of nutrients, nutrients on the belt. That's this one. I think I have that. That one's also here. Yeah, so I think last one is not side learning. That's true. That's true. Now it is. Ah! So many things not powered. Yeah, I'm not really sure, Moon, what you're saying. I'm also thinking about to output the spoilers on the left side, going in the underground, which would merge the right side. Yeah, I can't see that at this point. But hey, plastic. Too much plastic, probably. Not needed. You can ignore it, but this is better. Thank you. Bet you just say that just to make me happy. Ooh. Right, so tomorrow we are going to continue with our mega base, and it'll be a lot of idle time, to be honest. Well, there's also going to be design time because we're going to try something. We're actually going to try. Where you be at? That one. Launching these ones to space, even though they're awful, they only can send 14, but 14 is 140 eggs per rocket. And that, when you break it down, becomes 35 eggs per rocket. And that's actually something. So we can actually get 35 eggs per rocket. I did calculations for launch for the alternative being this one. Here you get 12.5 eggs per rocket, or if you make it, if you send the advanced circuits, the processing units, and all the base components up, you actually only get 4 eggs per rocket. So even though it sounds like it's better to send all the rockets, I couldn't make it work. So this one is This one's not good, productivity modules. Even though they can be produced with some productivity gain, then it's just too little. But then I did some very rough calculations and my problem is that I need to produce 50 of these per second. That's a lot. But is it impossible? I don't know. Well, 50 per second, that's 500 X per second. That's impossible. Damn it. Yeah, I can't do that. Damn it, that ruins it. Because everything else is fine, but I can't get 500 X per second. That's completely impossible. You can't scale up things that require rockets to move around like that much. And then maybe back to these juicy croissants. 250 seats per second. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. That's not a problem. That's really not a problem. It's big, yes, but it's not a problem. But 500 per second means that I need to launch 5 rockets every second from Novice. That's a little bit much. Consistently, all the time. That's a little bit much. Plus then figuring out spaceships that can go back and forth in the time and all that. So that's the thing that I can't see how that's gonna work. So yeah. But I would like to have it because where I'm stuck now is that the loop takes 50 seconds from leaving Novice to coming back, not to coming back to Novice, but to leaving Novice again. So basically I'm counting from the first time it starts crafting Prometheum Science, which is when it receives the eggs, and then it goes around and out and back again. So in that trip, then since it's 50 minutes and it can't be made any faster, then I can only produce for 30 minutes of that, obviously, because there's 30 minutes of duration on the biter eggs. So if I wanted to keep producing, then I'd have to have some other way to keep producing the 20 minutes. And that's a problem. This stream in a timely fashion. Okay, a few things I'd like to rewatch and play around with. Re-upload the stream in a timely fashion. You mean to YouTube? I can't promise that. But I'll upload the save as we end the stream. So you can snatch that from the save game location. VODs are still on, they're either on Twitch or they're on YouTube. But I'll make sure that this one is available. I'll do that now because I'm kind of, my head is hurting. Oh crap. Well, okay, then it's gonna be called that. MC22 end-1 or whatever. No. That's going to be the name of it. So if you're thinking about the VOD, then the VOD is available on Twitch. And when it's not available on Twitch, that's because I finally got my shit together and moved it to YouTube. But I'm not going to do that now. But you can always get the save game. If you're a Patreon supporter, of course. I mean, there's no reason why you couldn't watch the Twitch VOD if you wanted to rewatch the stream. And now you can get the save game. And if you're not a Patreon supporter, now you have an incentive. Yet another incentive. Good. Yeah, we're going to be wrapping this one up for today. Too bad we didn't get that hype train, but I can also feel that I'm a little bit happy that I don't have to go for 1 more hour. I'm surprisingly tired today. I don't know why. Also, this sneezing thing. Is that like a late summer cold that's coming on? I hope not. So, Factorio, we're going to be maybe wrapping up the Mega Base next week, and the Monday and Wednesday, and then we'll try something else the week after. And yeah, that's just going to be, yeah, this The first part, I hope to get that ready for Thursday, but it's honestly a little bit of a mess still. So it's a little bit far away from sort of being completely ready to just get started on masterclass level. Because I don't want to be, I don't want to make the masterclass into a let's play, but I wanted to make sure that it can be done in the sequence that I'm highlighting. So anyway, thank you very much everyone for joining, and I will see you guys tomorrow for some mega basing, more Factorio, and yeah, so thank you for joining. Thank you for almost getting that hype train to level 5. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, take care, and stay effective everyone.